Good morning, members of Parliament, support staff, radio listeners, TV viewers, members of the media, and those following via social media. Welcome to the continuation of Urgent Public Meeting number 13 for today, Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. I would like to welcome the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, Ms. Melissa Gums, and her support staff. We have established a quorum of 9 members. Please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. I have received notice of absence from the following members: MP Roseberg, MP Ottley, MP Weaver, and MP Kotai. I have received no notice of lateness from any members of Parliament. I look to the floor to see if there's any members of Parliament that have any notifications. I see MP Lewis has a notification. MP, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, or good morning. Sorry, the days has been going quickly this week. But good morning to the Honorable Acting Chair. Good morning to the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport and her support staff, the member in the Tribune, and also to my honorable colleagues here. I'm trying to speak calm today because people say I speak with a lot of passion or aggression. So I would like to thank the general public, in particular the men and women in blue across the board of the Justice Ministry that had reached out to me in the past days, complimenting me, showing their gratitude, and also the support that they finally have someone in this honorable house that will stand for them once and for all. I would also like to thank all the other individuals that reached out to me, the messages on Facebook, etc., for also telling me, listen, continue applying the pressure on what we will say on an overall incompetent government. It is important that, again, that we know that we are here on the merit of the people, and that no matter what one may say, when we make the unpopular decision to stand up for something that we believe in, even if we stand alone, that is what I was elected to do, whether one agrees with me or not. I will continue to serve the people of this country wholeheartedly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. MP Lacroes, you have the floor.
A blessed morning, Madam Chair Lady Khifir, Honorable Minister, her support staff, my fellow colleagues, and those listening via all mediums. Madam Chair Lady, I'd like to send out condolences this morning to an ex-student of mine, Linda. Her daughter passed away in Colombia. Tomorrow would have been her 5th birthday. And being a father, I could only imagine what she is going through. And I'm asking the government to literally help her as much as possible with everything that she needs, because these times are not easy. I can't imagine myself being in that position, but I know what it is like to lose a loved one. So on behalf of myself, my family, and the United People's Party, I'd like to send out condolences. Then, Madam Chair Lady, on a different note, I want to congratulate the Minister of ECYS with the achievement of the Marie Laurent School. And I am happy we are here today because a new building, a pretty building is important. But today we want to know what is going to happen in buildings like these. What is the plan moving forward? And how we are going to get it to where we want it to get. even if it means budget amendments to get it done. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Lacroes. The next member of parliament wishing for notification is MP Doran. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good morning to you, honorable colleagues, the minister, his support staff, person in the Tribune, and a special shout out to the people of St. Martin that are tuned in. Madam Chair, again, I'm appealing to anyone that has contact with the Minister of Rummy, if he can pay attention to the bathroom situation that is there at the marketplace. It's a public restroom. It's the nearest or only public restroom when persons come off of the water taxi. I know for a fact with 100% certainty the minister was notified about this months ago, officially notified via my person, through other ways and means, and also persons within the ministry on the 21st of March again. I just passed just now, and a tourist slipped right by the entrance of the bathroom. There's cardboard on the ground. There's a wooden piece of something holding, supposed to be like a toilet seat. It is deplorable. I'm ashamed to put the pictures here because I know that we are live and that anybody can tune into it. But please, please, please make it a priority to repair it. And I think one of the other issues that they have is that they're using residential toilets for commercial use purpose, and I think that that should be adjusted. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Doran. The next member of parliament is MP Irion. You have the floor.
Good morning to you, Madam Chair, Khilfir, members of parliament, the honorable minister, and her support staff. In keeping with the calmness, I'm hoping that the messages today maybe translate better to the ministers. Madam Chair, first I'd like to start with my condolences to the Boyd family. And that's why I was a little late. I attended the funeral. Condolences to them and much strength. Madam Chair, we have a celebrity streamer that's coming to the island in a couple of weeks. At times, the views are up to 40, 50 million views at a time. I think this is a great opportunity for St. Martin, especially among the younger generation. And we've heard the complaints in the last couple of weeks regarding the whole garbage situation in St. Martin. The Minister of Rummy has also canceled the district cleaning without doing another tender. Coal Bay, K Bay, the grass is becoming, the side roads are becoming a jungle. Can we get an update on this? I can't imagine in a couple of weeks we're going to have the streamer going live in St. Martin and seeing the state that the country is in, Madam Chair. So again, we are pleading with the government and the coalition to be able to get some type of action done when it comes to, at the very least, before the streamer comes, to get an island up and running, at least make it look good for that one day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irion. I see that there are no other members of parliament with notifications. We have as agenda point for this public meeting deliberations on the current state of operational and sanitary conditions in public schools, including supply shortages and instructional resource constraints. This meeting was requested by MP Doran, MP Irion, MP York, MP Ottley, MP Lewis, and MP Lacroes. Before we go over to the agenda point, as this is a public meeting, allow me to remind you of the introduction of the usage of interruptions during public meetings. The following guide applies in accordance with Articles 43 of the Rules of Order. The members of parliament would have received the list of interruptions already from the Secretary General, so please look to the chat for that to see what your numbers are. We go over to the agenda point. On February 26, 2026, Parliament received a letter from MP Doran, MP Irion, MP York, MP Ottley, MP Lewis, and MP Lacroes requesting an urgent public meeting of Parliament to discuss the aforementioned agenda point. The presence of the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport was also requested. This document is registered as incoming document IS/739/2025-2026, dated February 26, 2026, and can be found on Parliament General Team. It is good to note that today's meeting is a continuation of the meeting which was adjourned on March 9th, 2026, during which the requesters of this meeting were given the opportunity to elaborate their requests. This was followed by opening remarks and a presentation by the minister, and in accordance with the speaker's list, members of parliament were then given the opportunity to pose questions to the minister in the first round. The meeting was adjourned to allow the minister time to prepare the answers to the questions posed by the members of parliament. Today, the Honourable Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, Ms. Melissa Gomes, has returned to Parliament to provide the answers to the questions posed by members of Parliament. At this time, I give the floor to the Honourable Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, Ms. Melissa Gomes, to answer the questions posed by the members of Parliament in the first round. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and good morning to the members of Parliament, to yourself, Rifir, the Parliament support staff, and to the people of St. Martin. I'm joined today by my Secretary General, Shamina Powell-Richardson, Division Head of Public Education, Mr. Desan Marks, and my Chief of Staff, Ms. Suzette Moses-Burton. Madam Chair Lady, before I go into the answering of the questions, I just have a brief set of remarks to kind of set the context and the tone for the answers to the questions from the members of Parliament. So, the Ministry of ECYS always welcomes the opportunity to provide Parliament and, of course, the public with clear and factual information on this and other matters under my purview. Parliamentary oversight, as I've always said, is a critical pillar of good governance, and discussions concerning the condition of our public schools are both necessary and appropriate. Every member of Parliament shares a responsibility to ensure that the children of St. Martin are educated in environments that are safe, sanitary, and conducive to learning. At the same time, I find it important to clarify several misconceptions that have been circulating publicly regarding both the operational realities within our public schools and the policies and procedures governing donations and visits to those schools. Matters relating to health, sanitation, and the availability of essential supplies are taken very seriously by the ministry, and any suggestion that these issues would be ignored or minimized is inaccurate. The disruption in sanitation supplies over a month ago was a result of operational and financial constraints affecting the supply chain, including long-standing payment arrears, which the ministry moved to address with urgency once verified. Equally important is correcting the narrative that the ministry has rejected support from the community. As minister, I've consistently stated that assistance from the private sector and the wider community is welcomed. What the ministry has required is that such support be coordinated through established channels to ensure transparency, protect student safety, prevent inequities between schools, and align contributions with actual system needs. This is not a restriction, it is responsible governance. The ministry also believes that this discussion must extend beyond immediate operational concerns. Recent education assessments, including the FBE review and the A.M.R results, highlight deeper systemic challenges that require sustained national focus. Addressing these issues will require collaboration across the political aisle alongside educators, parents, and community partners. When we move beyond isolated incidents and work collectively on structural solutions, the true beneficiaries are the students of St. Martin and thus the future of this country. Finally, it's important to note that many of the financial and operational challenges currently affecting the education sector did not emerge overnight. The purpose of presenting historical data was not to assign blame, but to provide full transparency on how these challenges developed over time, while acknowledging the responsibility of the minister that now carries to address them. Context is not blame. Context is necessary for solutions. The ministry remains focused not on where the problem began, but on ensuring that it is resolved in a timely, sustainable, and accountable manner. With that, Madam Chair Lady, I will move on to answering the questions, starting with questions from MP Doran. Can the policy regarding donations or assistance to schools be shared with Parliament? Article 16 of the Landsverordening Inrichting en Organisatie Landsoverheid, LIOL, establishes that the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport is responsible for the governance and management of the domains of education, culture, youth and sport. Furthermore, Article 9D of the LIOL places the Dienst Openbaar Onderwijs, Division of Public Education, explicitly under the ministerial responsibility of the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport. In addition, the Landsverordening Funderend Onderwijs, LFO, establishes that the Minister of Education serves as the bevoegd gezag competent authority for public schools. This means that the governance, administrative oversight, and policy authority for public schools are exercised through the minister. Consequently, when gifts, donations, or other forms of assistance are directed to public schools, These are effectively directed to institutions that fall within the organizational and budgetary responsibility of the minister. As such, the minister bears the ultimate policy and administrative responsibility for the acceptance and management of such donations. In practice, when a school is approached by an individual or organization wishing to provide support or make a donation, the school is and has always been required to forward the request to the Division of Public Education for review. This ensures that the proposed assistance aligns with applicable regulations, school needs, and government governance requirements. To ensure accountability and transparency, all donation requests must be formally submitted in writing and must receive written approval from the competent authority before any donation or assistance is accepted or implemented. Through this process, the ministry ensures that external assistance to public schools is handled in a transparent, coordinated, and accountable manner, fully aligned with the legal and administrative framework governing public education. Question 2. Can the minister provide a full status update of every public school, including what each school currently has, what it lacks, and what is being done to address the gaps? The ministry, to the Division of Public Education.
Thank you, Minister. You can finish your sentence. And then
Maintains
we're gonna pass
ongoing
it.
oversight of the operational status of all public schools.
Thank you so much, Minister. I see that we have an interruption from MP Irion. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to bring some clarity to... Thank you, Madam Chair. Some clarity to that question posed. That question was brought up because it was said to us by members of the coalition, I believe by the minister herself, that there was a policy in place that she met from the prior minister. So the whole donation situation, we didn't ask for the law because it was stated that I met a prior policy there that was implemented. I'm following that policy. So we wanted to know, where is this policy? Can we get a copy of this policy? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irion. I'll allow the minister to answer
Thank
that
you.
question if necessary, and then
Thank
you
you,
can
Madam
continue.
Chair. I believe I corrected myself in the first instance of this meeting that there's a procedure that has been established. And it wasn't established by me or even by the my immediate predecessor or even his predecessor's predecessor. It has been a procedure that previous ministers of education, culture, youth, and sport have executed. If I may give a personal example, prior to being elected to Parliament, I sought to make a donation via a foundation I was a part of to a public school, and then Minister Samuel informed me that we needed to put it in writing to the ministry and then execute the donation. We received written permission from the Division of Public Education, I don't remember who was the head at the time, and then subsequently from Minister Samuel himself to execute this donation, and then it was done at the Marie Genevieve de Weaver School. So this is not something that is new, it is something that has been in place. Perhaps previous ministers have not implemented it. However, as informed by the Division of Public Education, it is a procedure I intend to continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yes, comprehensive status review was conducted based on inputs from school management, covering availability of sanitation supplies, status of instructional materials, functionality of equipment, for example, copiers, and the condition of infrastructure and facilities. The current status across the public school system, conditions can be broadly categorized as follows. Schools are operating without major deficiencies, schools are experiencing moderate shortages, operational constraints, and schools require targeted interventions, whether it's from supplies, repairs, or equipment. While the majority of schools remain operational, some have experienced shortages of sanitation supplies, which have since been addressed, non-functional equipment that is currently being repaired or supplied, and maintenance-related issues due to aging infrastructure. Some actions taken to address identified gaps, the ministry has implemented the following measures. Emergency procurement measures, including authorizations for schools to source urgent supplies locally, for example, via Van Dorp, centralized supply orders for sanitation and instructional materials, ongoing repair and servicing of equipment, including copiers and printers, needs-based maintenance interventions for school infrastructure, and preparation of a structured maintenance plan to be tendered publicly. With regards to monitoring and follow-up, school management continues to report needs to the Division of Public Education, confirm receipt of supplies, provide updates on operational status, and then the division will monitor these inputs and coordinate procurement and interventions accordingly. Question 3, why did it take public discussion about shortages before basic sanitary items were delivered to some schools? Respectfully, Madam Chair Lady, it did not. Once it was confirmed that deliveries had been disrupted due to outstanding payments to the supplier, some dating back several years, the ministry acted immediately to facilitate partial payments in good faith to restore the flow of supplies. The public discussion did not trigger action. It coincided with the situation that was already being addressed. What this situation highlights is not a lack of responsiveness, but the impact of long-standing financial and procedural weaknesses. The ministry's approach is therefore twofold: stabilizing the immediate situation and advancing structural improvements to prevent recurrence. Question 4, how are schools currently reporting shortages to the ministry? Is there a formal reporting system? Yes, there is a formal and restructured reporting system in place for schools to report shortages. Schools are required to submit their supply needs using a standardized request form. As part of this process, schools must indicate the specific items being requested, the quantities required, the current stock levels remaining at the school. This ensures that requests are assessed based on actual need and available inventory. School managers are instructed to submit these requests to the Division of Public Education by the 15th of each month. Upon submission, the requests are reviewed and processed by the financial officer within the division, who is responsible for initiating the procurement process. In cases where requests are not submitted within the established timeline, the Division of Public Education may process supplementary requests to ensure that schools are not left without essential supplies. This structured system allows the division to monitor supply levels across schools, plan procurement activities, and respond to shortages in a coordinated and accountable manner. Question 5, can the ministry provide examples proving that schools submitted supply requests late? The ministry does track administrative timelines associated with supply requests as part of its normal operations. However, it would not be constructive to single out individual submissions or attempt to characterize operational challenges through isolated examples. The reality is that supply and procurement processes function as a chain, and delays where they occur are rarely attributable to a single point in the chain. They are influenced by multiple factors, including planning cycles, administrative processing, supplier response, and payment sequencing. For that reason, the ministry's focus is not on attributing fault to any one stakeholder, but on strengthening the overall system so that schools can move more consistently and predictably, rather than engaging in an exercise that may assign blame without improving outcomes. It is also important to clarify that the ministry does not rely on isolated instances to form conclusions. The focus is on understanding system-wide patterns and improving the overall efficiency of the procurement chain, rather than attributing delays to any single actor within that process. Question 6. What is the response time when a school runs out of basic supplies such as toilet paper or disinfectant? The standard administrative processing timeline for the procurement of supplies is approximately 3 months, in accordance with established government administrative and financial procedures. However, it is important to clarify that this reflects the time required to process the order administratively and should not be interpreted as the full delivery timeline in every case. Actual delivery is also dependent on factors such as supplier readiness, stock availability, and prior procurement planning. Where urgent needs arise, these must be addressed within the applicable administrative and financial framework, including, where justified, the use of emergency procurement procedures. The ministry also continues to emphasize the importance of timely procurement planning in order to reduce the risk of shortages of essential supplies at the school level. 7. Are there minimum stock level requirements for each school, and are they being monitored? At present, Madam Chair Lady, schools are required to report their current stock levels as part of the standardized monthly supply request process. Through this system, school management indicates the items required, the quantities being requested, and the remaining stock on hand. This approach allows the Division of Public Education to assess supply needs relative to existing inventory and to prioritize procurement accordingly. While there's no rigid, centrally prescribed minimum stock level applicable uniformly to all schools, the monitoring of stock levels is actively carried out through the reporting mechanism. This is necessary given that stock requirements may vary based on factors such as school population, usage rate, and specific operational needs. The Division of Public Education reviews these submissions on a monthly basis and tracks supply levels across schools through the financial officer responsible for processing supply orders. This ensures that shortages can be identified and addressed in a timely manner. Additionally, in situations where stock levels fall unexpectedly, schools are able to submit supplementary requests, and the division has previously implemented emergency procurement measures to prevent disruptions to school operations. The ministry is also actively working towards strengthening inventory management practices, including the potential introduction of more standardized stock level benchmarks as part of broader procurement and supply chain improvements. Question 8. Are there active contracts in place for sanitation and cleaning materials? Yes, there are active contracts in place for cleaning services across public schools. Under the current contractual arrangements, the cleaning companies are responsible for carrying out cleaning services and providing the necessary cleaning materials and supplies required to execute those services. These materials are therefore not supplied directly to schools by the Division of Public Education, but are included as part of the service delivery by the contracted cleaning providers. This arrangement is standard under service-based contracting models and ensures accountability for both service delivery and material provision. The existing cleaning service contracts are valid until July 31st, 2026. In preparation for the continuation of these services, the Ministry is currently undertaking the necessary steps to initiate a public procurement process to award new contracts upon the expiration of the current agreements. This process is intended to ensure continuity of cleaning services while also strengthening service delivery standards through a competitive bidding process. Question 9. Are there outstanding invoices to suppliers affecting deliveries? Yes, there have been instances where outstanding invoices to suppliers have impacted the timely delivery of goods and services to public schools. As is the case across government operations, the Division of Public Education operates within the broader government payment and procurement framework, and delays in the processing of payments can, at times, affect supplier willingness to provide goods or continue service delivery without confirmation of payment. In some cases, suppliers have indicated reluctance to fulfill new orders or prioritize deliveries due to outstanding balances, which has contributed to delays in the availability of certain supplies. The Ministry, in collaboration with the relevant departments, continues to actively address these challenges by engaging with suppliers to maintain continuity of service, prioritizing the processing of outstanding payments where possible, implementing interim measures, including emergency procurement options, to ensure that schools are not left without essential supplies, and additionally, efforts are ongoing to improve the efficiency of the procure-to-pay process with the aim of strengthening supplier confidence and ensuring more timely and reliable delivery of goods and services to public schools. Question 10. Has inflation affected the purchasing power of school budgets and will they be adjusted? Yes, Madam Chair Lady, inflation has had a measurable impact on the purchasing power of school operational budgets. Like many sectors globally, the education sector has experienced increases in the cost of goods and services that are required to operate schools, including sanitation supplies, instructional materials, maintenance services, and other operational necessities. These price increases have affected the cost of maintaining normal school operations and providing the necessary materials and services to support students and staff. With respect to the current fiscal year, the 2026 national budget process included expenditure reductions, which also affected the operational allocations available to the Division of Public Education. As a result, rather than receiving increases to offset inflationary pressures, the available operating budget was reduced. The Ministry continues to monitor operational needs and cost developments, and budget requirements are reviewed during the annual budget preparation process in order to ensure that public schools can continue to function effectively within the available financial framework. Question 11. What is the status of printers and copy machines across the public schools? Based on responses received from 6 of the 7 public schools, all responding schools possess printers and/or copy machines, with approximately 6 copiers and 30 printers reported in total. 1 school reported having no copier, and 1 school had not provided information at the time of reporting. Overall, most equipment is present, but not consistently fully operational. Several schools reported that devices are functional only when supplies are available, while others indicated partial functionality due to maintenance needs or connectivity issues. At least 1 copier is currently out of service awaiting parts. The predominant constraint affecting usability is the lack of consumables, toner, ink, drums, and related supplies. In many instances, machines that are otherwise functional cannot be used due to insufficient supplies. Additional issues reported including servicing requirements, aging equipment, and limited network connectivity for certain devices. In summary, public schools generally have printing and copying equipment in place. However, consistent operational capacity is constrained by supply availability, maintenance needs, and related logistical factors rather than the absence of devices. Is there a maintenance contract in place for these machines? Question 12. Or are schools left to manage repairs individually? The Division of Public Education has recently procured 2 printers that include full service maintenance agreements, or FSMA, as part of the purchase agreement. With respect to the Xerox printers that were supplied following Hurricane A.M.R through assistance from the Netherlands, these machines are currently maintained on an as-needed basis rather than under a centralized full-service maintenance contract. At present, schools contact the relevant vendor directly when maintenance, repairs, or supplies are needed. The vendor then provides a quotation for the requested service or materials. This quotation is submitted to the Division of Public Education for review and approval, after which the government's procure-to-pay procedure is followed to authorize and process the expenditure. Within the division's operational budget, there is a budget line for the maintenance of office machines with an allocation of approximately 12,500 guilders. However, it should be noted that establishing full-service maintenance agreements for all printers and copiers across the public school system is estimated to cost approximately 265,000 guilders annually, which significantly exceeds the currently allocated maintenance budget. As a result, maintenance and repair services are presently handled on a case-by-case basis within available budgetary resources. Question 13. Why are schools reportedly being restricted from accepting donations of supplies or assistance? Madam Chair, ladies, schools are not being restricted from receiving support, as I explained earlier. The ministry requires that donations and external engagements be properly coordinated through school management, the Division of Public Education, and the Cabinet on behalf of the minister. This ensures equitable distribution across schools, alignment with actual needs, safeguarding of students and staff, and accountability for what occurs within public institutions. Uncoordinated interventions, however well-intentioned, can create inconsistencies, duplication, and in some cases, safety or liability concerns. The requirement is therefore not a barrier, but a principle of good governance and a safeguard to ensure that support strengthens the system as a whole. Question 14. Does the minister trust school managers to exercise discretion regarding donations and assistance? Yes, this is not a question of mistrust. School managers are essential leaders in the public education system and are expected to play a frontline coordinating role. However, public schools do not operate as isolated institutions. They form part of a public system for which, as minister, I am ultimately accountable. Trust and structure are not mutually exclusive. The existence of a coordinated process ensures that individual decisions are supported within a system that guarantees equity, accountability, and consistency across all public schools. 15. Is the ministry aware that teachers may be personally covering printing needs or sanitation costs? The Division of Public Education is aware that on occasion, teachers have indicated that they've used personal funds to obtain certain items for their classroom. However, it must be clearly emphasized that this is never requested or required by the Division of Public Education or the Ministry of ECYS. School managers and teachers are aware that the responsibility for providing the necessary teaching materials and operational supplies rests with the Division of Public Education through the ministry. The use of personal funds by teachers for school-related materials is therefore discouraged. Teachers are expected to communicate any shortages or needs to their school management, who then submit the request to the Division of Public Education so that the appropriate procurement process can be initiated. In situations where schools have experienced urgent shortages, the Division of Public Education has implemented emergency procurement measures. For example, in previous instances, school managers were authorized to procure necessary emergency supplies from Van Dorp while awaiting the arrival of centrally ordered school supplies. These measures are intended to ensure that schools can continue to operate while formal procurement and delivery processes are being completed. 16. What is the overall physical condition of public school buildings? The overall condition of public school buildings can best be described as mixed. Some schools benefit from relatively modern infrastructure and are in good condition, while others consist of older facilities that require more frequent maintenance and upgrades due to aging infrastructure. It is important to note that no public school building has been declared unsafe for students or staff. At the same time, there is a recognized maintenance backlog affecting certain facilities. One of the contributing factors has been delays in securing contractor services. Contractors have at times indicated reluctance to undertake work due to concerns related to the timing of government payments. And in some cases, contractors have declined to continue providing services under these same conditions. At present, maintenance work is generally addressed on a needs-based basis, prioritizing the most urgent issues as they arise. In order to address this situation in a more structured and sustainable way, the ministry is currently pursuing the public tendering of a comprehensive maintenance arrangement that would allow for the development and implementation of a structured maintenance plan for public school buildings. Such an approach is intended to improve the predictability, efficiency, and responsiveness of maintenance services across the public school system. This assessment reflects current operational evaluations and does not submit for a full engineering-level structural audit. Question 17. Are there schools operating in a substandard manner? If so, which ones? Which schools require urgent repair, and what are the timelines for those repairs? Public schools operate within their allocated budgets, a portion of which is dedicated to the ongoing maintenance of facilities. These maintenance activities cover critical areas including plumbing systems, HVAC or air conditioning systems, electrical infrastructure, doors and windows, sanitation and grounds maintenance. The overall condition of school facilities, as previously indicated, is mixed, with some schools requiring more frequent maintenance due to aging infrastructure. At present, no public school has been declared unsafe for students or staff. However, there are schools that require targeted maintenance interventions and repairs to address specific infrastructure issues. Maintenance needs are addressed based on priority and urgency. Emergency repairs, for example, fire damage, flooding, electrical failures, or major system outages, are addressed immediately through expedited processes to ensure the safety and continuity of school operations. Non-emergency repairs are processed through the government's standard procure-to-pay procedure, which includes quotation, approval, and payment stages. As a result, the timelines for non-emergency repairs are influenced by the completion of the procurement and payment process, including the timely settlement of invoices through the Treasury. To improve the current situation, the Ministry is actively working toward the development of a structured maintenance plan for all public school buildings, which will be followed by a public tender for maintenance services. This approach is intended to ensure more predictable timelines, improve service delivery, and a more proactive maintenance regime across all schools. Where urgent issues are identified, interim measures are implemented as necessary. However, the Ministry remains focused on ensuring that corrective actions are durable and not limited to temporary fixes. Question 18. Has the Ministry recently restricted outside assistance for school repairs or supplies? No. The Ministry has reaffirmed and enforced an existing administrative procedure. Proper coordination ensures that support is meaningful, equitable, and sustainable, rather than fragmented or driven by visibility. The issue, therefore, is not that assistance is suddenly being blocked. It is that the consistent enforcement of an existing procedure may be perceived as inconvenient where informality was previously the norm. The objective is not to limit support, but to ensure that all support is properly coordinated so that it strengthens the system as a whole rather than creating uneven or unaccounted for interventions. 19. What is the Ministry's position on public-private cooperation to support schools? Madam Chair Lady, as I stated before, the Ministry welcomes public-private cooperation and has done so consistently. In fact, it is precisely because such cooperation is important that it must be coordinated properly. The suggestion that the Ministry is opposed to partnerships is simply inaccurate. As Minister, I've publicly said that support is welcome, but it should be ethical, structured, needs-based, and sustainable, rather than episodic. The Ministry continues to welcome responsible partnerships, provided that such engagements are aligned with established procedures and the broader interests of the public education system. Question 20. Does the Ministry have the financial and operational capacity to handle all repairs and supply needs internally? At present, the Ministry does not have the full financial and operational capacity to handle all repairs and supply needs internally. From a financial perspective, the current maintenance budget allocated to the Division of Public Education is insufficient to address the full scope of maintenance needs across the public school system, particularly considering the aging infrastructure of several facilities and the increasing cost of services and materials. From an operational standpoint, the Division of Public Education does not have the technical staff or internal structure required to directly manage and execute all maintenance activities internally. Historically, the maintenance of public school buildings fell under the responsibility of the Ministry of ROMI, as public school buildings are government-owned properties. However, due to significant staffing shortages within ROMI, it was recommended some time ago that the public education system receive its own maintenance allocation and that maintenance services be outsourced to external contractors. In order to implement a more sustainable and structured approach, the Ministry is currently working toward the development of a structured maintenance plan for all public school buildings. Once this plan is completed, the Ministry intends to issue a public tender for the provision of maintenance services. This approach is intended to ensure that maintenance needs are addressed in a more systematic, predictable, and professionally managed manner going forward. 21. When can teachers expect copy machines to be functional? The Division of Public Education has conducted an assessment of the Xerox Work Center 7845i printers located across the public school system. Based on the most recent status overview, several machines remain fully operational, including those at Ruby La Vega School, Leon O'Connor School, and Martin Luther King School. Some machines require consumables such as fusers or drums, including the machines at Leon O'Connor School. Other machines require technical servicing and replacement drums, including those located at Marie Genevieve de Weaver School and Orania School. The status report further indicates that certain machines require multiple drums and servicing, with the estimated cost of required consumables in some cases exceeding $3,000 per device. Orders for the required parts and supplies have already been placed through the government procurement process. Documentation from the Xerox supply order for March 2026 confirms that consumables and service components have been ordered, with a portion already delivered and the remaining items pending delivery. However, the exact timeline for full restoration of all machines cannot be definitively stated at this time, as it depends on the vendor's ability to provide the requested supplies and service components, which are being sourced through O.E.C Electronics. Timelines therefore remain dependent on external vendor delivery schedules. The Division of Public Education continues to work with the vendor to ensure that the necessary parts and services are delivered as quickly as possible so that all machines can return to full functionality. Question 22. When can the public parents know if all sanitation issues have been addressed? Based on most recent updates received from school management, the sanitation supply issues that had previously been reported have largely been addressed across the public school system based on confirmed reports from school management. School managers have confirmed that the necessary sanitation supplies have been delivered or made available to their schools. These confirmations are communicated to the Division of Public Education as part of the ongoing coordination between school management and the central office. To ensure continued monitoring, school management provides updates to the financial officer within the Division of Public Education, who is responsible for processing orders for sanitary supplies and toiletries. This process allows the division to track supply needs and initiate procurement when necessary. With regard to communication with parents and the wider public, school management remains the primary channel for informing parents of operational matters at the school level, including updates related to sanitation and other school operations. Through these mechanisms, the division continues to monitor sanitation conditions and ensure that schools have access to the necessary supplies to maintain a safe and hygienic learning environment. Question 23. Has the ministry conducted a recent operational readiness audit of public schools? Prior to the start of each academic year, Madam Chair Lady, an operational readiness check is conducted at the school level by the respective school management teams. As part of this process, school management reviews the operational readiness of the school, including facilities, instructional readiness, and the availability of essential supplies required to begin the academic year. Following this review, each school submits a readiness report to the Division of Public Education, confirming whether the school is prepared to reopen and identifying any issues that may require attention. The division then reviews these submissions and follows up on any matters requiring intervention or support to ensure that schools are prepared for the start of the academic year. This readiness reporting mechanism serves as an important operational tool for monitoring the preparedness of public schools prior to reopening each school year. 24. Does the minister agree that the burden should not fall informally on teachers and parents to stabilize school operations? Yes, I fully agree. Teachers should be teaching and parents should not be left informally compensating for gaps in public systems. That is precisely why the ministry is working to strengthen procurement, improve coordination, and move away from dependence on ad hoc fixes. Where teachers or parents have stepped in out of care for students, that commitment is appreciated and applauded. But goodwill should not be mistaken for policy, and personal sacrifice should never become the operating model of a public education system. Question 25. Will the minister allow reasonable flexibility to accommodate donations? Yes, within a framework that protects students, schools, and the public interest. Reasonable flexibility does not mean absence of procedure. It means ensuring that legitimate offers of support can be coordinated efficiently and transparently without exposing schools to inconsistency, undue influence, safety concerns, or unregulated interventions. The ministry remains open to practical improvements in how requests are handled, but it will not abandon oversight in favor of informality. Moving on to questions from MP York. Question 1. Why did the minister wait till last week to call a meeting with the managers prior to this public meeting? I believe last week when this meeting was first called. The meeting was convened at that stage because it was important first to verify the current position on the ground, confirm whether supplies had in fact reached the schools, and engage school managers and DPE directly on a way forward before returning to Parliament. That reflects responsible preparation. The ministry did not believe it would serve anyone to have a parliamentary exchange based on assumptions, incomplete information, or performative outrage. The meeting allowed for verification, alignment, and discussion of structural next steps, including the possible return to a bulk order model with repeat stock and storage arrangements. Question 2. Has the ministry conducted technical and safety evaluations of the Ruby La Vega School, the Marie Genevieve de Weaver School, and the Irion School? The Ministry of ECYS, through DPE, has conducted several technical and conditional assessments of the Ruby La Vega School, M. Genevieve de Weaver, and the Irion School on multiple occasions over the past few years, including a post-Hurricane Irma evaluation. More recent targeted site inspections were carried out in 2025 in response to specific concerns, including mold and indoor environmental conditions at the M. Genevieve de Weaver School. Additional routine maintenance reviews, issue-specific interventions, and general facility observations have been carried out at all public schools. These assessments have taken multiple forms, including visual inspections, maintenance-driven evaluations, contractor-supported reviews, and issue-specific technical checks, depending on the nature of the concern identified at the time. An assessment of the Ruby La Vega School was conducted in August 2025 by UNOPS. This assessment was preliminary in nature and did not constitute a full structural evaluation. Due to budgetary constraints, UNOPS was unable to extend similar preliminary assessments to other public schools except for the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. School. As such, no recent evaluations by UNOPS were conducted for M. Genevieve de Weaver School or the Irion School, and no additional technical findings are currently available for these schools. Accordingly, while multiple assessments and inspections have been undertaken, it is important to distinguish that a recent standardized engineering-level structural assessment across all 3 schools has not yet been completed, which is precisely the gap the forthcoming tender seeks to address. The last comprehensive structural assessment of public school buildings were conducted in 2018 under the project Repair of Public Schools Phase 1. While this project was initiated, it was not fully completed following the dissolution of the agreement with the contractor, Confident Construction BV. Question 3. When were these assessments conducted and what were the main findings? Available inspection and assessment findings indicate that in general, no immediate life-threatening structural deficiencies have been identified to date. However, the aging infrastructure requires ongoing maintenance and periodic repairs. Several areas requiring attention have already been identified, such as electrical issues associated with the air conditioning systems and plumbing that requires maintenance and upgrading at certain locations. At least 2 schools have reported instances of mold where damp conditions and mold presence were identified, largely attributed to the continuous use of air conditioning, limited ventilation in the classrooms, and condensation. Remedial action was taken to address the mold issue through specialized cleaning and the treatment of the affected areas. The preliminary findings from UNOPS to the Ruby La Vega School indicate that, except for the roof structure, which is being addressed, the primary structural elements of the school buildings are generally in good condition. However, several critical concerns were identified. The roof is not hurricane resistant, with sections of covering missing, resulting in water intrusion into classrooms, and additionally, the drainage system is inadequate, leading to recurrent flooding during periods of heavy rainfall. A lack of essential safety equipment was also noted. The roofing issue, Madam Chair Lady, is actually being addressed currently, with an advice moving through the necessary channels to ensure that it is addressed before the 2026 hurricane season. It is also important to note that in the absence of a recent standardized assessment across all schools, findings for the M. Genevieve de Weaver School and Irion School are derived primarily from operational inspections and issue-based interventions rather than full technical diagnostics. While no immediate life-threatening structural deficiencies were identified, the findings clearly indicate the need for both maintenance and capital interventions to safeguard long-term safety, regulatory compliance, and a conducive learning environment. And as I've mentioned several times, maintenance is being addressed in the upcoming public tender for said plan. Question 4. What plumbing deficiencies were identified at each school? At present, there is no recent comprehensive technical assessment that provides a detailed per-school analysis of plumbing systems, including leaks, sewage conditions, water pressure, sanitation functionality, and related operational conditions. Routine maintenance concerns, including minor leaks and drainage issues, are addressed through school management reporting and coordinated interventions by the Division of Public Education. Most of the identified deficiencies are not structural in nature and can be resolved with standard maintenance processes. Based on available operational data, including maintenance logs, intervention records, and operational monitoring, there have been no reported systemic failures such as sustained sewage system breakdowns, widespread loss of water pressure, or critical sanitation failures affecting continued school operations at Ruby La Vega School, M. Genevieve de Weaver, or Irion School. However, this should not be interpreted as a substitute for a formal technical or health compliance certification process. The preliminary assessment of the Ruby La Vega School indicates that while the plumbing system is functional, it is not of a standard suitable for sustained use in a public facility and requires upgrading. Across the public school system, plumbing-related deficiencies that have been identified are generally operational and maintenance-related in nature and are consistent with facilities experiencing regular daily use. The main categories of issues observed include blocked or slow drainage systems, leaks in toilet systems typically resulting from normal wear and tear of components such as wax seals, flanges, flappers, and fastening hardware, non-functional or damaged faucets, particularly at hand-washing stations, and exposed or surface-level piping, which may be susceptible to damage and requires periodic repair. In addition to wear and tear, some of the reported issues have been linked to improper use of facilities, including the disposal of inappropriate materials in toilets, which can lead to blockages and system strain. I just want to remind the general public, Madam Chair Lady, these are children using these facilities, and all of us have been children at one point and experimented too much with throwing a lot of toilet paper down the toilet. Not me, but maybe others. From a system-wide perspective, the public school network includes approximately 128 toilet units, all of which require ongoing maintenance to ensure proper functionality. The cost of replacing a single toilet unit is estimated between 180 and 270 guilders, depending on the scope of replacement required. While these issues may seem minor when looked at individually, Their frequency across multiple facilities underscores the need for a more structured maintenance program and periodic system upgrades to ensure long-term efficiency and compliance. Question 5. What is the condition of the roofs of these schools, including structural integrity and hurricane resilience? The condition of roofing systems across the public schools varies and reflects the broader mixed state of infrastructure within the system. Following Hurricane Irma, several schools underwent roof rehabilitation works. Notably, the Lane Elkanah School, LCS, and Martin Luther King Jr. School, MLK, received more extensive roof interventions, including upgrades aimed at improving durability. At the MLK School, this included the installation of a concrete roofing system. While this requires a more robust solution, some maintenance issues, including water infiltration, continue to require attention. At other schools, roofing interventions have generally consisted of targeted repairs, including replacement of deteriorated galvanized roofing components and localized patchwork to address wear and corrosion. The Ruby LaBega School presents the most significant concern, as its roofing system is currently in poor condition and requires full replacement. Consideration is being given to more resilient construction solutions, such as reinforced concrete systems designed to withstand severe weather conditions, including Category 5 hurricanes. As I mentioned earlier, this is currently being addressed through the relevant government processes. With respect to M. Genevieve de Weaver School and Aranya School, no recent engineering level roofing assessment is presently available that would support a definitive determination of remaining lifespan. However, based on operational observations and maintenance history, the roofing systems at these schools appear to be affected by age-related wear and require ongoing monitoring and maintenance, and targeted repair as necessary to prevent further deterioration. Accordingly, while the most acute roofing vulnerability presently identified is at Ruby LaBega School, the forthcoming structural condition assessment and prioritized repair plan is intended to establish a current standardized and technically validated basis for determining roof condition, resilience, and replacement priorities across all public schools. Question 6. Were electrical systems evaluated, and what issues were identified regarding wiring, load capacity, safety, lighting, and air conditioning infrastructure? Yes, electrical systems at public schools were assessed as part of the air conditioning installation projects carried out between 2023 and 2024. These assessments, conducted by HEMCO NV, focused on determining the electrical load capacity and operational readiness of each school to support the installation of air conditioning units. In several cases, the existing electrical supply from GEBE was insufficient to support the additional load required for air conditioning systems. As a result, upgrades to electrical capacity were required, including the installation of larger electrical meters. New electrical panels and breaker systems were installed across all 7 public schools to ensure safe and reliable distribution of electricity and to meet operational requirements. The upgrades were specifically designed to support the integration of air conditioning systems while maintaining system safety and performance. Most schools are now fully operational following these upgrades. At Marie Genevieve de Weaver School, full functionality is pending the installation of an upgraded electrical meter by GEBE. However, all preparatory infrastructure is already in place. Additionally, the electrical assessment at the Ruby LaBega School identified the need for updated wiring and cables to support a reliable network system. It should be noted that these assessments were purpose-specific, focusing primarily on load capacity and system adequacy for air conditioning integration, and did not constitute a full electrical compliance audit covering all internal wiring, lighting systems, or code-based certification across each facility. Overall, the interventions undertaken have significantly strengthened the capacity of electrical systems and have improved their ability to support current operational needs across the public schools. Question 7. What structural concerns such as cracks, flooring, windows, doors, drainage, or fencing were identified? Structural assessments of public school facilities indicate a varied overall condition of infrastructure, with a number of maintenance-related issues identified through inspections and ongoing operational reporting. Based on the UNOPS assessment of the Ruby LaBega School, the overall structural integrity is considered sound. The drainage system, however, is currently inadequate and results in water accumulation and overflow during periods of heavy rainfall. For the Genevieve de Weaver School and Aranya School, no recent detailed structural evaluations are available. Current observations indicate general wear and aging consistent with prolonged use. Operational observations and prior inspections have identified a number of recurring concerns across public schools facilities, including localized leaks that persist in some buildings following the impact of Hurricane Irma. Several schools sustained roof damage, which necessitates continued maintenance and targeted interventions. Additionally, the performance and longevity of installed windows and doors have presented challenges, although designed to meet hurricane-resistant standards. Certain units exhibit signs of wear and diminished structural integrity over the years, and these require repair or replacement. Some classrooms have shown lifting or cracking of flooring due to regular wear and tear. The flooring is predominantly composed of tiles, and regular maintenance includes the removal and replacement of the affected areas as necessary. Similarly, exterior concrete elements are subject to natural deterioration over time. Classroom walls and walkways are exposed to the elements, which results in cracking. Drainage issues are generally operational in nature. Septic service providers are engaged to restore proper functionality in instances of blockages or other inefficiencies. School fencing is generally functional. However, there have been reported instances of vandalism, particularly involving chain link fencing. More durable alternatives are being considered, but these are, of course, subject to budget availability. These conditions are characteristic of aging public infrastructure and, while not immediately compromising structural stability, require systematic intervention to prevent progressive degradation. Question 8. Were mold, damp conditions, or indoor air quality issues detected? The ministry confirms that mold inspections were conducted in 2025 at Irion School, M. Genevieve the Weaver, and Martin Luther King School. These inspections, supported by ongoing observations, identified periodic damp conditions in certain classrooms. The primary contributing factors include continuous use of air conditioning systems, limited natural ventilation due to non-operable windows, and operational practices such as running air-conditioned units while doors remain open. In response, specialized cleaning companies carried out targeted mold remediation using appropriate treatment methods. These findings relate to the schools inspected and the conditions observed at the time of inspection. They were addressed through targeted remediation. However, long-term mitigation is dependent on improved ventilation practices and infrastructure adjustments where necessary. Question 9. Do students and staff have consistent access to safe drinking water? The ministry is not currently in a position to confirm that students and staff at each of the schools concerned have consistent and uninterrupted access to drinking water through a standardized provision system on site. With respect to water dispensers or any other alternative water provision mechanisms, availability has varied across schools depending on operational arrangements at a given time, and no recent system-wide technical assessment has been conducted to evaluate their condition, functionality, or maintenance status. No specific reports have been received indicating that drinking water provided was unsafe for consumption. However, concerns have been raised in relation to consistency of access, reliability of supply, and the sustainability of the current arrangements. The ministry acknowledges the importance of reliable access to safe drinking water and is actively exploring sustainable solutions to ensure consistent provision for all students and staff. And recently, I believe the Rotary Club performed an installation of water coolers at several public schools, which they themselves will also maintain and replace the filtration systems for. Question 10. What is the condition of water dispensers or refill stations on school premises? Following the COVID-19 pandemic, shared water dispensing systems such as fountains were identified as potential health risks and were subsequently taken out of service with some units removed entirely. As a result, there were currently no operational water fountain systems across public schools. Alternative arrangements, including water dispensers and bottled water, have not been consistently available. This has largely been due to service delivery challenges, with the vendor indicating that continued supply was not sustainable due to prolonged delays in government payments. However, as I mentioned in my answer to the previous question, the Rotary Club thankfully completed a water cooler installation project at several public schools. Question 11. What painting, cosmetic repairs, or refurbishments were identified as necessary? While a recent detailed inventory per school is not available, there is a clear system-wide need for painting, minor repairs, and internal refurbishment across all public schools. These works are considered essential preventive maintenance measures to mitigate further deterioration. Based on operational observations and general maintenance needs, such works may include repainting, treatment of worn or damaged interior finishes, and minor internal repairs necessary to maintain the condition and usability of school spaces. While these works may at times appear cosmetic in nature, they form part of preventative upkeep and can help reduce the risk of further deterioration if addressed in a timely manner. A prioritized and detailed scope of these interventions would be established through the forthcoming structural assessment and repair plan. The types of works generally identified through operational observation and maintenance reporting include repainting of interior and exterior surfaces, treatment and repair of water-damaged finishes, replacement or repair of ceiling panels where affected, repair of worn wall surfaces, treatment of areas affected by dampness or mold staining after remediation, minor carpentry works, and related finished repairs necessary to preserve the condition and functionality of classrooms and other school spaces. Although such works may at times be characterized as cosmetic, Many of them serve an important protective function by helping to seal surfaces, reduce further moisture-related deterioration, maintain hygienic conditions, and prevent minor defects from escalating into larger repair needs. In that regard, repainting and internal refurbishment are not viewed solely as aesthetic interventions, but also as part of the broader preventive maintenance framework required to preserve public school assets. A prioritized and detailed scope of these interventions will be established through the structural assessment and repair plan. Can the minister provide, question 12, can the minister provide a cost breakdown for recommended works per school? At present, no detailed cost breakdown per school is available, as that requires a current and comprehensive technical assessment. In the absence of a recent standardized assessment, the ministry is not in a position to provide a defensible school-by-school cost schedule broken down across plumbing, roofing, electrical, structural or construction, and finishing categories without risking estimates that are incomplete, inconsistent, or speculative. This is particularly so because the scope, extent, and sequencing of works can only be accurately determined after the current condition of each facility has been technically validated against a common assessment framework. Any itemized estimate produced before that process is completed would therefore be preliminary in nature and would not meet the standard of accuracy required for sound planning, budgeting, procurement, or parliamentary accountability. The upcoming structural condition assessment and prioritized repair plan will quantify all required works and provide categorized cost estimates across plumbing, roofing, electrical, structural, and finishing components. Question 13. Are there outstanding obligations to contractors for previously completed works? Madam Chair Lady, yes. While DPE's financial team will require additional time to finalize and verify a fully itemized school-by-school breakdown, the ministry can indicate that there are outstanding obligations connected to previously executed works and services across the public school system. At this stage, the list below reflects contractors and service providers with outstanding obligations linked to public school operations and support more broadly, and should not be interpreted as a final or exhaustive allocation exclusively accountable to Ruby La Bega, M. Genevieve de Weaver, and Irion School, respectively. The contractors and service providers presently identified include, but may not be limited to, the following: ARE installations with repairs to doors and shutters at several schools, REMI heavy equipment with septic services to several schools, Epic Power with electrical repair works to several schools, Infinite Solutions with cleaning services and repair works to several schools, Fairgos Paper, St. Martin NV with school supplies, Pristine Cleaning Services with cleaning services at several schools, Pest Control Services with exterminating services, On Point Security with daytime security services, Sam Links with public school rapid response services in terms of ICT, Nika Construction, maintenance and repair works, Mercel Nederland BV with the public tender platform, APS IT Diensten with the Microsoft licenses, Time Clock Plus, outstanding balance for attendance management, Safe Cargo, open invoices for freight charges, breakfast and lunch catering companies, Washington Construction with repair works at several schools, DAF Transportation Service with bus transportation, Appliances for You with AC installation and repairs, Van Dorp with school orders, Hawkeye Security Services, and VIP Guards and Areas with outstanding balance for security services. The detailed allocation of these obligations by individual school, together with the corresponding nature of works per site and the outstanding amounts, is being compiled to ensure that the information ultimately submitted to Parliament is complete, accurate, and properly reconciled. Question 14. Which schools are considered most at risk if repairs are delayed? Based on current assessments, Madam Chair Lady, and as I stated before, the Ruby La Bega School is considered the most at risk primarily due to the condition of its roofing system, which exposes the facility to weather-related damage and subsequent operational disruptions. This determination is based on factors including infrastructural vulnerability, exposure to environmental conditions, and the potential impact on the safety and continuity of school operations. This assessment should be understood as a prioritization of present operational and infrastructure risk, rather than a finding of immediate structural failure. And as mentioned earlier, this is being addressed through the normal channels of government and will be handled prior to the hurricane season. Question 15. Were school management, teachers, and parents consulted during the evaluations? Based on concerns raised by key stakeholders, including school management, teachers, and parents, targeted assessments were undertaken to evaluate the reported issues and determine appropriate interventions. School management has played an active role throughout this process by reporting concerns, providing operational updates, and participating in on-site inspections as conducted. Their input has directly informed the scope of these assessments, as well as the prioritization of maintenance activities and related operational responses. With respect to teachers and parents, concerns are typically communicated through school management to DPE. While no formal complaints were submitted directly by parents in relation to these evaluations, issues raised were established through school channels Issues raised through established school channels were captured and considered. These contributions form part of the broader assessment process and were addressed through the corresponding maintenance actions and planned interventions. Question 16. How will the ministry monitor execution, cost control, and quality assurance once works begin? The ministry will ensure oversight through a structured public procurement process, including the engagement of qualified technical professionals and the clear definition of scope, deliverables, and evaluation criteria. Monitoring will be carried out through DPE oversight, regular technical reporting, and phase implementation controls, all in alignment with established government procurement and financial regulations. This will include verification of works completed against agreed specifications, monitoring of contractor performance against deliverables and timelines, and financial oversight measures intended to support cost control, accountability, and quality assurance throughout implementation. What actions have been taken to address issues preventing PTAs from functioning properly? Question 17. Parent-teacher associations, PTAs, operate as independent entities, typically established as foundations, and are therefore governed by the applicable legal framework for such organizations. As a result, the Division of Public Education and the Ministry of ECYS do not have a direct governance or operational role in the establishment or management of PTAs. That said, the ministry recognizes the important role PTAs play in strengthening school community engagement and support for students. Public schools are therefore strongly encouraged to establish, revive, and actively maintain PTAs. During engagements with school management and staff earlier this year, the importance of PTAs were emphasized, and schools were encouraged to take initiative in facilitating their formation and reactivation where needed. In addition, schools have been advised to engage parents, community stakeholders, and potential benefactors who may be willing to support the establishment and sustainability of PTAs. While the ministry cannot assume a direct role in forming or managing PTAs due to their independent legal status, it remains supportive of initiatives that strengthen parent involvement and will continue to encourage schools to foster these structures within the appropriate legal framework. Question 18. What did the minister mean by protecting students from political ping pong? My reference to protecting students from political ping pong speaks to the need to keep students out of political narratives or actions that prioritize visibility over solutions. Children deserve consistency, dignity, and solutions. They should not become props in disputes between political actors, nor should school visits, donations, or public commentary be used in ways that create confusion, tension, or unequal treatment across the public school system. Protecting students from political ping pong means putting their well-being above political posturing. And Madam Chairlady, that is a commentary that I have developed not just in this capacity, but in my previous capacity and capacities before in the nonprofit sector working with public and subsidized schools. Questions from MP Ottley. Question 1. What is the concrete plan moving forward to address the long-standing issues outlined in the presentation? The ministry, through the Division of Public Education, has adopted a multi-phased approach to address the operational and structural challenges identified across public schools. Immediate measures were implemented to stabilize school operations, including the processing of emergency procurement orders to ensure that schools receive essential sanitation supplies, and direct engagement with schools to confirm the resolution of urgent shortages. These actions were aimed at ensuring that schools could continue to operate in a safe and sanitary environment without disruption. In the short term, the ministry has strengthened its internal processes by applying a more rigorous review of supply requests to prevent shortfalls and improve allocation accuracy, and exploring the implementation of an emergency payment process for critical categories of goods and services to reduce delays and ensure continuity of supply. The ministry is actively working toward improving procurement and supply chain efficiency through the reintroduction of bulk procurement strategies, which will allow for better pricing, improve stock availability, and reduce risk of shortages, and strengthening coordination between schools and the division to ensure more proactive planning and ordering. To ensure sustainability, the ministry is pursuing broader structural improvements, including enhancing the procure-to-pay process to improve payment timelines and restore supplier confidence, strengthening inventory management and supply planning systems, developing more structured procurement and maintenance frameworks to support consistent service delivery across all public schools. The implementation of these measures is being carried out within the context of budgetary constraints, which includes reductions in the 2026 operational allocations, existing inefficiencies within the government payment process, and the need to maintain and rebuild supplier confidence, particularly where delays in payments have impacted service delivery. In the broader sense, as minister, I have publicly stated that the priority is to strengthen internal processes so that public school operations are managed with greater predictability, transparency, and accountability. The objective is not merely to quiet a moment of criticism, but to build a better system. Question 2. Does the minister believe that the lack of essential school supplies affects vulnerable students and their academic performance? Yes, Madam Chair Lady. Any disruption in essential supplies affects the entire learning environment, student dignity, and staff morale, and those impacts are often felt most acutely by the most vulnerable students. That is precisely why the minister has treated the matter with urgency while also focusing on preventing recurrence through structural improvements. Question 3. What is the real reason for refusing or restricting outside donations to schools? As stated before, Madam Chair Lady, there has been no refusal of legitimate support. The real issue is coordination, accountability, equity, and safety. As Minister, I have publicly explained that one-off or uncoordinated interventions can create inequality among schools, complicate operations, and in some cases expose the ministry to legal or operational risk, especially where infrastructure works or technology are concerned. The ministry is therefore insisting that assistance be channeled properly, not because it rejects help, but because it takes public responsibility seriously. Question 4. What interim measures are in place while the ministry waits for ordered supplies? To ensure continuity of school operations while awaiting the delivery of ordered supplies, DPE has implemented a number of interim measures. These include emergency procurement authorization. So in urgent situations, school management have been authorized to procure essential supplies directly from local vendors such as Van Dorp to address immediate needs while awaiting centrally ordered deliveries. Supplementary supply requests, so schools are able to submit additional or supplementary requests outside of the regular monthly submission cycle when unexpected shortages arise, and these requests are prioritized and processed accordingly. Central monitoring and coordination, so the division maintains ongoing communication with school management to monitor stock levels and identify shortages early, allowing for timely intervention where necessary. And prioritization of critical items. So essential items, particularly those related to sanitation and health, are prioritized in both procurement and distribution to ensure that schools can maintain safe and hygienic environments. These interim measures are designed to provide schools with flexibility and immediate support while the ministry continues to work towards strengthening procurement timelines and supply chain reliability. Question 5. Were promises made to students regarding air conditioning installations fulfilled, and if not, why? Madam Chair Lady, I did not make promises for air conditioning installations. However, this was an ongoing project that I encountered. And yes, those commitments made regarding the installation of air conditioning systems in public schools have largely been fulfilled. All classrooms and administrative offices across the public school system have been equipped with air conditioning units as part of the implementation of the air conditioning project that kicked off in 2023 and 2024. At present, Marie-Genevieve de Weaver School is the only school where the system is not yet fully operational. And as explained before, this is due to the required upgrade of the electrical meter and supply capacity by GEBE. The necessary internal electrical infrastructure upgrades at the school, including panels and connections, have already been completed. The school is currently awaiting the installation of the upgraded meter by GEBE to allow the system to function at full capacity. Once this external dependency is resolved, the air conditioning system at Marie-Genevieve de Weaver would become fully operational. Moving on to questions from MP Lewis. Question 1. What immediate measures is the ministry taking to address the shortage of sanitary supplies in public schools? The ministry, through DPE, implemented immediate and targeted corrective measures to address reported shortages of sanitary supplies across public schools. These measures included emergency procurement. An emergency order was processed to ensure the rapid acquisition and distribution of essential sanitation supplies to schools. Direct supply distribution, so schools receive the requested sanitary items with priority given to those reporting the most urgent needs. Interim procurement measures, so in cases of urgent shortages, school management was authorized to procure necessary supplies directly from local vendors while awaiting centrally ordered deliveries. And supplementary requests, schools were allowed to submit additional supply requests outside of the regular monthly cycle, which were prioritized and processed accordingly. And ongoing monitoring. So the division maintained close coordination with school management to confirm receipt of supplies and to monitor stock levels on an ongoing basis. As a result of these measures, the sanitation-related issues that were previously reported have largely been resolved, and schools have been supported to maintain safe and hygienic learning environments. Question 2. How does the ministry ensure fair and consistent distribution of sanitary supplies among all public schools? The ministry ensures fair and consistent distribution of sanitary supplies across public schools through a centrally coordinated and needs-based allocation system managed by DPE. Schools are required to submit their supply needs using a standardized request form in which they indicate the specific items required, the quantities requested, and the current stock levels available at the school. This information allows the division to assess actual needs and allocate supplies accordingly, taking into account factors such as school population, usage rate, and existing inventory levels. All requests are reviewed and processed centrally by the financial officer within DPE, ensuring consistency and oversight in procurement and distribution. In addition, ongoing communication with school management allows the division to monitor stock levels and respond to emerging needs, including the processing of supplementary requests where necessary. This approach ensures that supplies are distributed equitably based on need rather than through a fixed or uniform allocation model. Question 3. Are supply requests submitted by teachers and school administration formally reviewed and incorporated into the procurement process? Yes, Madam Chair Lady. Supply requests are formally reviewed and incorporated into the procurement process. Requests for supplies are not submitted directly by teachers to DPE. Instead, teachers communicate their needs to school management, who consolidate these requests and submit them to the division. Upon submission, the requests are reviewed and validated by DPE and processed through the appropriate channels. The financial officer is responsible for incorporating the approved requests into the procurement process in accordance with the government's procure-to-pay procedures. In addition, to support procurement planning, the division has utilized previously submitted school supply lists. For example, in 2025, supply orders were informed by the 2023 school supply list submitted by each public school, which were used to facilitate centralized purchasing through Van Dorp. This combined approach of current requests and historical data allows the division to ensure that procurement reflects both immediate needs and established supply requirements across the public school system. Question 4. Do all public schools have functional hand-washing facilities? Yes, public schools are equipped with hand-washing facilities to support proper hygiene practices for students and staff. While the majority of these facilities are functional and in regular use, there are instances where individual components, such as faucets or plumbing fixtures, may require maintenance due to normal wear and tear or usage-related issues. These matters are addressed through routine maintenance and repair interventions, and where issues are identified, steps are taken to restore functionality as quickly as possible. Overall, schools continue to maintain access to hand-washing facilities, and DPE monitors and responds to any reported deficiencies to ensure that appropriate hygiene standards are upheld. Question 5. Are any schools currently operating under conditions that pose health or safety risks to students and staff? Based on current operational assessments, no public school has been declared unsafe or unfit for occupancy for students or staff. While there are ongoing maintenance and operational issues within some school facilities, such as those related to aging infrastructure, plumbing, or equipment, these are managed through routine maintenance, targeted interventions, and prioritization of urgent repairs. Where health-related concerns have arisen, such as damp conditions or sanitation-related matters, appropriate measures have been taken, including cleaning, remediation, and the provision of necessary supplies to ensure that schools maintain safe and hygienic environments. In cases where issues are assessed as urgent or potentially impactful to safety, such as electrical faults, flooding, or other critical failures, these are addressed through immediate corrective actions. DPE continues to monitor school conditions closely and works proactively to ensure that any identified risks are mitigated in a timely manner, allowing schools to operate safely. Question 6. What steps are being taken to resolve shortages of classroom supplies and instructional materials? The Ministry, through DPE, has implemented a series of immediate, short-term, and structural measures to address shortages of classroom supplies and instructional materials. Immediate measures taken include processing of supply orders based on submitted school requests to address urgent needs, implementation of supplementary requests to respond to unexpected shortages outside the regular ordering cycle, authorization of emergency procurement in cases where immediate intervention is required. Some short-term actions were strengthening the review and validation of school supply requests to ensure accuracy and prevent shortfalls, enhancing coordination with schools to ensure that needs are identified and addressed in a timely manner, and continued engagement with suppliers to facilitate the delivery of ordered materials. Some structural improvements that are going to be deployed include exploring the reintroduction of bulk procurement strategies to improve availability, reduce costs, and ensure more consistent supply, utilizing historical supply data from schools to better inform procurement planning and anticipate demand, improving the procure-to-pay process to reduce delays in payments and strengthen supplier reliability, and strengthening inventory management and supply monitoring systems across schools. These combined measures are aimed at ensuring that classroom supplies and instructional materials are available, distributed efficiently, and sustained over time, allowing schools to support effective teaching and learning. Question 7. Has the ministry conducted a recent inventory or assessment of instructional resources and sanitation supplies across public schools? The ministry, through DPE, utilizes a combination of annual planning exercises and ongoing monitoring mechanisms to assess the availability of instructional resources and sanitation supplies across public schools. A system-wide inventory exercise is typically conducted in November of each year, during which schools submit their supply requirements and resource needs for the upcoming academic year. This process informs procurement planning and budget preparation. It should be noted that this exercise was conducted later than planned in the most recent cycle. In addition to this annual exercise, sanitation supplies are managed through a monthly replenishment system, whereby schools submit their requirements and indicate current stock levels using a standardized request form. This allows the division to monitor inventory levels and respond to needs on a continuous basis. Instructional materials are also requested through a formal submission process, with schools identifying their requirements for procurement. These requests are reviewed and incorporated into the procurement process accordingly. Oversight of these processes is carried out through a collaborative approach involving school management, division support staff, the finance team, and the head of division of public education. While these mechanisms provide a functional system for monitoring and replenishing supplies, the ministry recognizes that further strengthening is required. Efforts are therefore ongoing to enhance inventory management, improve planning timelines, and ensure more proactive and efficient supply chain management across all public schools. Question 8. When will schools currently, back then, experiencing shortages receive the necessary supplies? The majority of previously reported supplies, and by now the totality, have already been addressed through recent supply deliveries and emergency procurement procedures. For the remaining outstanding items, the orders were in progress. However, timelines were influenced by supplier requirements and procurement conditions. Due to delays in payment in the past, the primary supplier has indicated that upfront payment is required before finalizing and releasing orders from their international partners, including vendors such as Macmillan, Zonnig Nederlands, and Huytink. The ministry is actively working to facilitate these payments and finalize outstanding orders so that the remaining supplies can be delivered to schools as soon as possible. In the interim, schools continue to be supported through supplementary requests and emergency procurement measures to ensure that essential needs are met while awaiting full delivery. Question 9. What budget allocations have been made in the current fiscal year to address sanitation, maintenance, and supply deficiencies in public schools? In the current fiscal year, budgetary allocations have been made across several categories to support the operational needs of public schools, including maintenance, instructional materials, and sanitation-related requirements. The primary allocations are as follows. For maintenance, 315,182 guilders. This allocation is utilized to address building maintenance needs, including repairs related to plumbing, electrical systems, infrastructure, and general upkeep of school facilities. School materials, so instructional supplies, 282,000 guilders. This budget supports the procurement of classroom supplies and instructional materials required for teaching and learning. Sanitation and cleaning supplies. Sanitation-related expenses are covered under the broader goods and services budget, with an allocation of approximately 570,964 guilders, which includes cleaning services and associated supplies. These allocations are managed to ensure that schools are provided with the necessary resources to operate effectively. However, it should be noted that increasing costs of goods and services, combined with budgetary constraints, continue to place pressure on available resources. The ministry continues to assess these needs and advocate for adequate funding and more efficient resource allocation to ensure that schools can maintain safe, sanitary, and well-equipped learning environments. Question 10. What long-term strategy exists to ensure public schools remain safe, sanitary, and properly equipped learning environments? The ministry, through the Division of Public Education, is implementing a comprehensive long-term strategy aimed at strengthening the sustainability, safety, and operational readiness of public schools. This strategy focuses on planning, procurement reform, maintenance, and accountability systems. A multi-year planning framework, 3 to 5 years, is being developed to guide maintenance, procurement, and supply needs across all schools. This approach will be informed by key factors such as student enrollment, facility conditions, and operational demands, with schools submitting standardized annual requirements through school management for centralized coordination. the Ministry is working to ensure that essential operational categories, including cleaning services, maintenance, and instructional supplies, are treated as priority expenditures. This includes advocating for multi-year budget stability and the incorporation of contingency provisions to address unforeseen maintenance or sanitation needs without disrupting planned operations. To improve efficiency and reliability, the Ministry is moving toward long-term contracting and framework agreements for frequently required goods and services, such as cleaning, sanitation supplies, and minor repairs. This will reduce procurement delays, ensure continuity of service, and support more consistent supply availability. In addition, efforts are underway to standardize core supply requirements across schools while maintaining flexibility for school-specific needs. Recognizing the impact of procurement and payment delays, the Ministry is working to streamline internal workflows by introducing clearer timelines for requisition processing, approvals, and payments. The enhancement and monitoring of digital systems will further improve transparency, accountability, and efficiency within the procure-to-pay cycle. The division is reinforcing oversight mechanisms through structured coordination between school management and central support teams, including designated personnel responsible for monitoring maintenance and supply needs. Regular inspections and reporting mechanisms will be strengthened to ensure consistent standards across all schools. A key component of the strategy is the shift from reactive repairs to preventive maintenance, including scheduled inspections of critical systems, such as plumbing, electrical infrastructure, roofing, and sanitation facilities. This approach is intended to reduce long-term costs and minimize operational disruptions. The Ministry is also strengthening service delivery standards by ensuring that cleaning and maintenance contracts include clear performance requirements with ongoing monitoring to ensure accountability and consistent quality across all schools. Through this integrated approach, the Ministry is establishing a more structured, proactive, and sustainable system to ensure that public schools remain safe, sanitary, and properly equipped to support quality education. Question 11. What steps are being taken to encourage students who studied abroad to return and work in the education system? There have been no specific targeted programs focused exclusively on students returning to work in the education system. However, the government participates annually in job fair programs, both locally and in the Netherlands, where all students are encouraged to return home and seek employment. This remains an area for further development, and the Ministry will continue to explore targeted approaches that align workforce needs with national education priorities. It should, however, be noted that incentives are provided to students who return to work in St. Martin. All recipients of government study financing, regardless of study field, are eligible for a 20% discount on their study loans from the government of St. Martin after following the proper request process. Additionally, graduates employed by the government of St. Martin are eligible for a 10% compensation per year to reduce their outstanding study debt with DUO or the government of St. Martin. This compensation is awarded based on good performance for a maximum period of 5 years for a potential compensation of 50%. The requirements are that the graduate must be an employee for the government of St. Martin, and the onboarding policy in Strombeleid must be included in the employment contract as stipulated by national decree, and the employee must receive a positive annual performance evaluation, so their SP or EP. Graduates recruited from abroad by the government of St. Martin may be eligible for reallocation costs, travel expenses, transportation of household items and/or a vehicle, extra luggage, cash advance, hotel accommodation, and administrative-related costs. Moving on to questions from MP Rosberg. Question 1, what does the Minister expect from the MPs who are willing to assist? What role can members of Parliament and community members play in assisting schools while structural solutions are being developed? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I'd like to thank the Honourable MP for this important question. As Minister, I expect that MPs who are willing to assist will do so in a manner that is consistent with their constitutional role, namely to support sound legislation, ensure responsible budgetary allocations, and contribute constructively to the development of sustainable solutions within the education sector. Support at that level is critical, particularly when addressing the structural and long-standing challenges that continue to affect our public education system. At the same time, the Ministry welcomes goodwill and practical support from both MPs and the wider community, including the private sector. Such support is most effective when it is coordinated through school management and the Ministry, aligned with identified needs, and contributes to equitable outcomes across all public schools. Members of Parliament, private sector, and community partners can therefore play a meaningful role by supporting structured initiatives, helping to facilitate sustainable partnerships, and reinforcing a collaborative approach that prioritizes long-term systems, strengthening over isolated interventions, all through the already established channels I've described several times now. What is most helpful is support that strengthens the system as a whole, rather than assistance that is selective, uncoordinated, or centered on public optics. If the shared objective is truly to support our schools and our students, then working within a framework designed to ensure fairness, accountability, and impact should not present a challenge. Question 2. What exactly does the policy regarding donations or assistance to schools entail? As previously outlined in my response to MP Doran, donations or assistance to public schools are governed within the existing legal and administrative framework that regulates public education and government operations. As established under the LEOL and the LFO, public schools fall under the authority of the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, who serves as a competent authority. As such, any donation or external assistance directed to a public school is considered to fall within the organizational and administrative responsibility of the ministry. In practice, the process entails the following. For submission of requests, any individual or organization wishing to provide assistance or make a donation must submit a formal written request through the school, which is then forwarded to the Division of Public Education. The division then reviews the request to ensure that it aligns with school needs, educational objectives, and applicable government regulations. Donations or assistance must receive formal written approval from the competent authority before they can be accepted or implemented. Once approved, the donation is coordinated through the appropriate channels to ensure accountability, transparency, and proper integration into school operations. This approach ensures that all external support provided to public schools is managed in a structured, transparent, and accountable manner while safeguarding the interests of students, staff, and the public education system. Question 3. What is the timeline that exists for finalizing and approving this policy, a procedure, as I explained, for approval of requests to provide donations? The timeline for the approval of donation requests is generally processed efficiently, with most requests being processed within a few days once all required information has been submitted. Approval timelines may vary depending on the nature and scope of the donation. Smaller or straightforward donations can typically be reviewed and approved in a shorter time frame. Larger or more complex forms of assistance may require additional review and therefore take slightly longer. The approval process follows the established framework previously outlined, which includes submission, review, and formal authorization by the competent authority. At present, there are no significant delays in the processing of donation requests. In addition, the ministry is exploring the development of a more formalized fast-track mechanism for certain categories of donations to further enhance responsiveness where urgency is required. Question 4. Are there plans to introduce air conditioning in all schools as requested by students? Yes. As explained before, the ministry has already implemented the installation of air conditioning systems across public schools in response to the need to improve the learning environment for students and staff. All classrooms and administrative offices within the public school system have been equipped with air conditioning units as part of this initiative. At present, Marie Genevieve de Weaver School is the only school where the system is not yet fully operational. This is due to the requirement for an upgrade of the electrical meter and supply capacity by GBE. The necessary internal electrical upgrades at the school have already been completed, and the ministry is currently awaiting the installation of the upgraded meter by GB to bring the system fully online. Once this external dependency is resolved, all public schools will have fully functional air conditioning systems. Question 5. What temporary solutions are in place while the ministry develops long-term structural improvements? While the ministry is actively developing long-term structural improvements to strengthen the public education system, a number of temporary and interim measures have been implemented to ensure the continued and stable operation of public schools. These measures include emergency procurement mechanisms. Schools are supported through expedited procurement processes for critical items, and in urgent cases, school management is authorized to procure essential supplies directly from local vendors while awaiting centrally ordered deliveries. Supplementary supply requests. In addition to the regular monthly supply cycle, schools are able to submit supplementary requests to address unexpected shortages, which are prioritized and processed accordingly. Needs-based maintenance interventions. Maintenance issues are addressed on a priority basis with immediate action taken for urgent matters such as plumbing failures, electrical issues, or sanitation concerns, while non-urgent repairs are processed through standard procedures. And the Division of Public Education maintains continuous communication with school management to monitor operational needs, track supply levels, and coordinate timely interventions. Where necessary, temporary solutions are implemented to ensure that schools can continue to function effectively while awaiting permanent or long-term resolutions. These interim measures are designed to provide flexibility, responsiveness, and operational continuity, while the ministry advances more structured and sustainable solutions, including improved procurement systems, a comprehensive maintenance plan, and strengthened supply chain management. Question 6. What progress has been made regarding collaboration for school feeding or breakfast programs? The matter of school feeding and breakfast programs is one that the ministry recognizes as critically important, not only from a social perspective, but also in terms of its direct impact on student concentration, attendance, and overall academic performance. At present, support for breakfast initiatives within public schools remains largely partnership-driven. Several Rotary clubs, along with private sector sponsors, continue to provide meaningful assistance through school-based breakfast programs. These contributions have played an important role in supporting students across a number of schools. In addition, collaborative efforts have been undertaken in the past. Notably, a healthy breakfast program was piloted in 2023 through collaboration with the Ministry of VSA, with sponsorship support from Princess Juliana International Airport, operating company, and private sector contributions, including Ferry Market. More recently, a joint initiative between VSA and MECIS was developed to explore a more structured school feeding approach, including elements such as healthy food standards, stakeholder engagement, operator support, and monitoring mechanisms. While this framework has not yet progressed to full implementation, it has provided a foundation for continued interministerial dialogue and future development. From a financial standpoint, DPE currently operates with a limited allocation of approximately 29,810 guilders annually to support incidental student welfare needs across all public schools. This level of funding does not allow for the establishment of a comprehensive system-wide feeding program at this time, and as such, partnership-based support remains a necessary and practical component of the current approach. The ministry continues to engage with relevant stakeholders, including VSA and private partners, to explore sustainable and structured options for strengthening school-based nutritional support, particularly for the most vulnerable students. Moving on to questions from MP Irion. Question 1. Who in public schools is responsible for monitoring and reporting supply needs each month? The responsibility for monitoring and reporting supply needs at the school level rests with school management. School management is responsible for overseeing the day-to-day operations of the school, including tracking inventory levels of supplies and identifying operational needs. On a monthly basis, schools are required to submit their supply requirements to the Division of Public Education using a standardized request form, which includes information on items required, quantities requested, current stock levels available at the school. These submissions are then reviewed by DPE and processed through the appropriate procurement channels. This approach ensures that supply needs are identified accurately at the source while maintaining centralized oversight and coordination through the division. Question 2. Will the ministry consider taking a more active role in checking supplies instead of placing the burden on school management? Madam Chair, Lady, through you, the current approach reflects a model of shared responsibility between school management and the Division of Public Education, which is both appropriate and necessary for effective operations, and standard for public school systems, not just in St. Martin, but across the region and the world. School management is responsible for the day-to-day monitoring and tracking of supplies at the school level, as they are best positioned to assess real-time usage and operational needs. DPE plays an active role by reviewing submitted supply requests, monitoring reported stock levels, processing procurement and payment requests, and maintaining ongoing coordination with schools. This structure ensures that supply management is both locally informed and centrally coordinated. At present, this system is considered functional and appropriate, as it allows for accurate needs-based reporting while maintaining oversight at the central level. At the same time, the ministry recognizes opportunities to further strengthen this process. As part of ongoing improvements, the division is exploring the introduction of a digital inventory management system, which would enhance real-time visibility, improve tracking, and support more proactive planning. While enhancement will continue to be pursued, it remains essential that school management retains operational responsibility for monitoring supplies, as this ensures accountability and responsiveness at the school level. Question 3. Is there and where is the official policy regarding approvals for donations to school visits, or is it an internal procedure? If it is a policy, where is it published? As I explained, Madam Chair Lady, I corrected myself in the previous meeting by stating it is not a published policy, but it is a procedure that has been in place since way before my tenure. It specifically governs donations and external assistance to public schools. However, as mentioned before, these matters are governed through the existing legal framework and established administrative procedures applicable to public education and government operations. As outlined previously, public schools fall under the authority of the Minister of ECYS, who serves as the competent authority in accordance with the LEOL and the LFO. And accordingly, any donation, assistance, or external engagement directed toward a public school must be formally submitted in writing, reviewed by DPE, and approved by the competent authority, i.e. the Minister of ECYS, prior to implementation. These procedures ensure that all external engagements are handled in a structured, transparent, and accountable manner, consistent with government regulations and the operational integrity of the public education system. The ministry is also taking steps toward further formalizing these procedures into a more structured policy framework to enhance clarity and consistency. Question 4. Is the requirement an approval or merely a notification to the ministry? The requirement is formal approval, Madam Chair Lady, not merely notification. As public schools operate under the authority of the Minister of ECYS, any donation, assistance, or external engagement must be reviewed and formally approved by the competent authority prior to implementation. This requirement ensures that all activities involving public schools are conducted in accordance with the applicable legal framework, government regulations, and established administrative procedures. A notification-only approach would not provide the necessary level of oversight, accountability, or alignment with national education policies. Therefore, formal approval is required to safeguard the integrity of the public school system and ensure transparency in all external engagements. Question 5. Why is Cabinet involvement required for approval instead of the department handling it? Cabinet involvement, Madam Chair Lady, reflects the reality that I, as Minister, carry final political and administrative responsibility for the public school system. In that context, Cabinet does not function as an additional approval layer, but as a strategic advisory and coordination body that supports the Minister in exercising that responsibility in a deliberate, consistent, and accountable manner, as most cabinets function. DPE maintains primary operational responsibility, and school managers retain their institutional roles. However, where matters may have implications for safety, public confidence, equitable access, or broader policy alignment, Cabinet provides advisory input, cross-departmental coordination, and a broader governance perspective to ensure that decisions are not taken in isolation, but are aligned with broader ministerial responsibility. This approach ensures that decisions with potential system-wide implications are considered within the full context of ministerial responsibility rather than being addressed in isolation. Question 6. What procurement policy is currently being used by the ministry? The ministry operates within the framework of the Landsverordening Compatibiliteit of St. Martin, which governs public financial management and procurement across government. In addition, procurement activities are carried out in accordance with the government's established procure-to-pay procedures, which outline the processes for requisition, approval, purchasing, and payment of goods and services. Under this framework, DPE is responsible for identifying and submitting procurement needs, ensuring that requests are properly reviewed and justified, and processing requisitions in line with established procedures. These requests are then handled through the appropriate financial and procurement channels to ensure compliance with legal requirements, transparency, and accountability standards. This structured approach ensures that all procurement activities are conducted in a controlled, standardized, and compliant manner, aligned with government regulations and financial oversight mechanisms. Question 7. Where is the procurement law? The procurement framework for government is established in the Landsverordening Compatibiliteit of St. Martin, which governs public financial management, including procurement processes. This law is supported by the government's procure-to-pay procedures, which operationalize how procurement activities are carried out across ministries. Question 8. Why were certain invoices from previous years highlighted while newer ones were not addressed? The older invoices were highlighted because they were directly relevant to explaining the depth and duration of the problem that had affected supplier confidence and continuity of service. They were not presented to evade responsibility for current obligations, but to ensure that Parliament was provided with a complete and transparent account of how the situation developed over time and demonstrate that the issue did not begin in 2026, 2025, 2024, or even in 2019. When arrears date back many years, that historical context is essential because it illustrates that what may appear publicly as a sudden operational failure is in fact the outcome of a long-standing pattern. Context is not an excuse. It is a requirement for responsible governance, informed decision-making, and full transparency to Parliament and the public. Question 9. Why were unpaid invoices not resolved in 2025 or early 2026? The delays in resolving outstanding invoices from 2025 and early 2026 can be attributed to a combination of procedural, administrative, and timing-related factors within government's financial processes. These include processing timelines within Treasury, where some invoices from 2025 remain pending as part of the standard payment cycle, instances where invoices were submitted later than expected, including some 2025 invoices submitted in 2026, which impacted processing timelines, the requirement for formal approvals prior to payment, particularly for higher value invoices, which must undergo additional review, and in some cases, approval at higher levels before payment can be finalized, system-related adjustments, including changes to the A.M.R platform, which contributed to delays in processing during certain periods, and the involvement of multiple approval stages within the procure-to-pay process, where timelines can be affected depending on the progression through each step. These factors have collectively influenced the pace at which some payments were processed. The ministry is actively working to improve coordination within the payment process, reduce bottlenecks, and enhance overall efficiency with the aim of ensuring more timely settlement of both outstanding and current invoices. Question 12. Does the 2026 budget include sufficient funding to avoid supply shortages? The 2026 budget provides essential funding to support the operations of public schools. However, it is currently under pressure and not fully sufficient to absorb all operational demands without constraints. This is due to a combination of factors including budget reductions in the current fiscal year, inflation and rising costs of goods and services, and increased demand for maintenance, sanitation, and instructional supplies across schools. These factors have impacted the purchasing power of the available budget and, in some cases, contribute to supply challenges. Despite these constraints, the ministry continues to actively manage available resources through prioritization of essential items, improved procurement planning, and the implementation of interim measures to mitigate shortages. The ministry also continues to assess funding needs and advocate for adequate and sustainable budget allocations to ensure that public schools are consistently supplied and able to operate effectively. Question 11. How can budget or cash flow constraints exist while funds are spent on other government initiatives? Madam Chair Lady, budget allocation and cash flow are not the same thing, and neither can be discussed as though all appropriated funds are always freely interchangeable across all priorities. Government operates within legal appropriations, cash management realities, and payment sequencing constraints. These are fundamental principles of public financial management, and they require that funds be utilized strictly within their approved allocations and subject to available liquidity at any time. The existence of expenditure in one area does not mean unrestricted liquidity exists in another. It must also be recognized that government expenditure occurs across multiple ministries, each with its own approved budget, policy priorities, and legal spending parameters, which are not interchangeable. It is therefore important that discussions of this nature reflect the distinction between budgetary approval and actual cash availability, as well as the separation of ministerial budgets and budgetary responsibilities. Conflating these elements can lead to inaccurate conclusions about how government financing operates, particularly within a multi-ministerial budget framework. That said, the ministry fully understands the frustration that arises when schools are affected by delayed payments for basic items, and that is precisely why pressure was applied to move payments and stabilize supply. The larger lesson is that public financial management weaknesses have real consequences at school level and must be addressed seriously. Moving on to questions from MP Jansen-Webster. Question 1, what specific cleaning and remediation steps were taken to address pigeons, rats, and sanitation issues in schools at the Weaver School? Remediation works at Marie Genevieve the Weaver School were completed in December 2025 to address sanitation concerns, including issues related to pigeons, rodents, and general environmental conditions. The interventions carried out included the removal and replacement of ceiling infrastructure, so all affected ceiling tiles were removed and safely discarded. The exposed ceiling areas were then thoroughly cleaned and treated using appropriate chemical agents to eliminate contaminants. The sealing of openings, so during the remediation process, previously unsealed openings likely used for cabling were identified and properly sealed to prevent entry points for pests. The installation of new materials. New ceiling tiles were then installed along with new LED lighting fixtures, and all electrical outlets and switches were replaced to restore functionality and improve safety. Extermination procedures were also conducted to address rodent and insect activity within the affected areas. All hurricane shutters were power washed using appropriate cleaning solutions, and pigeon spikes were installed on the shutter casings to prevent future bird nesting and infestation. These combined measures address both the immediate sanitation concerns and the underlying causes, while also introducing preventative solutions to reduce the likelihood of recurrence. What were the costs of these remediation efforts, and were they publicly tendered? The remediation works at Marie Genevieve the Weaver School were undertaken as an emergency intervention to address urgent sanitation and health-related concerns. An amount of approximately 50,000 guilders was reserved to facilitate the execution of these works. Given the urgent nature of the situation, a public tender process was not required, in line with emergency procurement provisions. However, all works were properly solicited and executed in accordance with the government's procure-to-pay procedures, ensuring compliance with applicable financial and procurement regulations. This approach allowed the ministry to respond in a timely and effective manner while maintaining necessary standards of accountability and oversight. Question 3. Would the ministry consider adjusting the supply request process if the monthly system is not working? The current monthly supply request system is functional and continues to support the operational needs of public schools. It provides a structured mechanism for schools to report the requirements and for the Division of Public Education to coordinate procurement and distribution. However, the ministry recognizes that the system can be further strengthened and improved. To this end, the division is exploring several enhancements, including the introduction of digital tracking and inventory management systems to improve real-time visibility of stock levels, the establishment of clearer timelines and improved planning cycles to reduce delays and improve efficiency, more proactive monitoring and coordination between schools and the division, and the reintroduction of bulk procurement strategies to ensure consistent availability of supplies and reduce the risk of shortages. These improvements are intended to build on the existing framework and create a more efficient, responsive, and sustainable supply management system across all public schools. Question 4. Is there a contingency system when a school unexpectedly runs out of basic supplies such as toilet paper? Yes, Madam Chair Lady. As explained before, contingency measures are in place to address situations where schools experience unexpected shortages of essential supplies. In such cases, the Division of Public Education allows for supplementary supply requests outside of the regular monthly submission cycle. These requests are prioritized and processed to ensure timely replenishment. Additionally, in urgent situations, school management will be authorized to procure essential items directly from local vendors, such as Van Dorp, to immediately address critical needs while awaiting centrally processed orders. The division also maintains ongoing communication with schools to monitor stock levels and respond proactively where shortages are identified. These measures ensure that schools are able to maintain continuity of operations and uphold basic sanitation standards even in cases of unforeseen supply shortages. Question 5. Can the exchange rate issued with suppliers be standardized according to government's official rate? As the official currency is the Caribbean guilder, suppliers are advised to submit their invoices in this currency. While invoices in US dollars are not prohibited, suppliers are strongly encouraged to ensure that the invoice clearly reflects the equivalent amount in guilders required for the service provided. This approach helps to minimize discrepancies related to exchange rate variations and promotes consistency in processing payments. Question 6. Will members of Parliament still be allowed to visit schools during events such as Literacy Week under the new policy? Yes, provided the visit, as has been done before, is properly coordinated through the established channels.
Minister, our apologies, because there's several members of Parliament that requested a short break. So if it's possible for you to just finish, then the person, how many questions do you have remaining under that MP?
This one.
Yeah, so if you can finish this one, please, and then we'll adjourn for 10 minutes. Thank you, Minister.
Okay. So the issue has never been whether MPs may engage positively with schools. The issue is that public schools must know who is coming onto campus, for what purpose, at what time, and with whose knowledge.
We are taking a break, so I'm going to ask you all, please just allow the minister to finish uninterrupted, and we're taking a 10-minute break. Thank you very much.
The issue is that public schools must know who is coming onto campus, for what purpose, at what time, and with whose knowledge. That is a matter of student safety, institutional order, and respect for the school environment. Proper coordination should not be seen as an obstacle by anyone acting in good faith. And as I've mentioned before, the literacy visits are coordinated through DPE and the ministry. And that was it for that question.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your indulgence. So we will return here at 1:30 p.m. Meeting adjourned until 1:30 p.m.
In our previous videos, the role of the Parliament will zoom in on the work method of Parliament. How does Parliament actually...
Welcome back to this meeting. Thank you for the 10-minute break. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Moving on to questions from MP Myers. Question 1, is the present situation working? If not, please revamp it. Madam Chair Lady, through you, the ministry continues to make steady progress toward ensuring that all public schools are equipped with the necessary supplies and infrastructure. However, this is being addressed as part of an ongoing and phased process, rather than a fixed timeline. With respect to supplies, the majority of previously identified shortages have been addressed through recent procurement efforts and emergency measures. While schools are currently equipped with essential items, maintaining optimal stock levels remains dependent on timely procurement cycles and supply chain efficiency. In terms of infrastructure, maintenance and repairs are being carried out on a needs-based basis, with priority given to urgent matters. At the same time, the ministry is actively working toward transitioning to a more preventive maintenance approach, which will provide greater long-term stability and reduce recurring issues. Regarding air conditioning, installations have been completed across all public schools, with the exception of Marie Genevieve de Weaver, which is awaiting a final electrical upgrade by GB to bring the system fully online. It is important to note, Madam Chair Lady, that progress in both supply and infrastructure is influenced by several external factors, including budgetary constraints and reductions, rising costs of goods and services, and the procurement and payment timelines within the current system. These challenges highlight the need for continued improvement in how public education operations are structured and supported. In this regard, the current situation underscores the importance of advancing toward a more efficient and responsive operational model, which strengthens the autonomy and streamlined processes to better support the needs of public schools. The ministry remains committed to ensuring that all schools are safe, adequately supplied, and properly maintained, and continues to take both immediate and long-term measures to achieve this objective. Question 2. Can a procurement manager be put in place to handle the distribution of supplies to all public schools for the year? The ministry recognizes the importance of strong coordination and oversight in procurement and distribution processes to ensure the timely and efficient delivery of supplies to public schools. At present, procurement and distribution responsibilities are managed through the existing infrastructure within the Division of Public Education in collaboration with the Finance Department under the government's established procure-to-pay procedures. The suggestion to introduce a dedicated procurement management function is a valuable one and aligns with the ministry's ongoing efforts to strengthen operational efficiency and coordination. However, such a function does not currently exist within DPE's formation. As part of the broader improvements being considered, the ministry is exploring ways to enhance procurement oversight, including strengthening coordination of supply planning and distribution, improving monitoring and tracking of procurement processes, and streamlining communication between schools, the division, and suppliers. The introduction of a more centralized or dedicated procurement role may form part of these enhancements, particularly as the ministry continues to work toward a more efficient and responsive operational model for public education. Moving on to questions from MP de Weaver. Question 1, can the minister provide clarity about the policy for donations? Yes. And again, I'd like to correct the terminology being used. As I did previously, it is an administrative procedure which requires that donations, school visits, presentations, and other external interventions involving public schools be properly communicated and coordinated through the relevant school leadership, DPE, and the minister's office. Its purpose is to ensure transparency, avoid duplication, reduce inequities across schools, protect student and staff safety, and maintain accountability for what occurs in the public school system. Public reporting has already noted that this protocol is not new and has previously been explained by myself in early parliamentary and public discussions. These procedures are grounded within the existing legal and administrative framework applicable to public education in St. Martin. Just to reiterate, the process is structured as follows. Donations or offers of assistance must be submitted in writing through the school and forwarded to the Division of Public Education. The division reviews the request to ensure alignment with school needs, educational priorities, and applicable regulations. All donations require formal approval by the competent authority prior to acceptance or implementation. And approved donations are coordinated through the appropriate channels to ensure transparency, accountability, and proper integration into school operations. While there is currently no standalone published policy document, these procedures are consistently applied within the established legal framework. The ministry is also working toward further formalizing it into a more structured policy to enhance clarity and consistency. Question 2. Why is the procurement month-to-month and not annually? The current month-to-month procurement approach is primarily a function of operational and systemic constraints, rather than a preferred long-term approach. This approach has been utilized to allow DPE to respond to immediate and evolving needs at the school level, to manage procurement within the limitations of budget availability and cash flow, and to adapt to delays within the procurement and payment processes which impact the timing of larger or long-term orders. While this model provides a degree of flexibility, the ministry recognizes it is not the most efficient or sustainable approach for ensuring consistent supply availability. As such, the ministry is actively working toward transitioning to a more structured procurement model, which includes the reintroduction of bulk and annual procurement planning, improved forecasting based on school needs and historical data, and strengthening supply chain coordination to ensure more reliable and timely delivery. This shift will allow for better cost control, improve stock availability, and reduce risk of shortages, while maintaining the ability to respond to urgent needs when they arise. In closing, Madam Chair Lady, the ministry remains fully committed to transparency, accountability, and the continuous improvement of the public education system. The concerns raised in Parliament are taken seriously, and where challenges exist, they will be addressed. At the same time, the ministry reiterates that the long-standing and systemic nature of many of these issues requires a collective approach. Sustainable progress will not be achieved through isolated interventions or public debate alone, but through consistent collaboration across Parliament, the ministries, school leadership, and the wider community. The ministry therefore welcomes not only scrutiny, but also constructive partnership to advance solutions that are both effective and sustainable for the public education system, as strengthening education in St. Martin is a shared national responsibility, and our students deserve nothing less. And with that, Madam Chair Lady, that's the end of the questions asked in round 1, and I await any further questions in round 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Gums, for the answers, of which we are still pending clarifications. However, I would like to inform the members of Parliament and yourself at this moment that we will take a break for lunch and return here at 2:15 p.m., at which time clarifications can be asked to the Minister regarding her answers to the questions in the first round. So meeting adjourned until 2:15 p.m.
On October 10th, 2010, St.
Welcome back to this meeting, this public meeting, and thank you MPs for returning and giving us quorum. I now look to the floor at any of the MPs to see if there are any clarification questions for the minister. I see there are none. Then that means we can move on to the second round. And I would like to remind all members of parliament that there are 10 minutes in the second round for questions. The first member of parliament up is MP Doran. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister for the responses given. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, one of the things that was heavily emphasized in the media as well as in the House of Parliament was the fact that there was an existing policy. Today, after the clarification or the interruption from my colleague, it became evident that there is no policy and it's a process or a custom or something that is invisible, a procedure that happens. So through you to the Minister, Madam Chair, will you be introducing a policy now, given the fact that you mentioned there was one? It became evident after pressure that there is none. Will you introduce a policy to match the procedure that you have been executing? And for me, Madam Chair, again, the basis for calling this meeting was pretty clear. I heard the Minister mention that it is discouraged for the teachers to purchase materials for the classes. But I should caution the Minister through you, Madam Chair, the fact that the teachers are not doing it because they want to. The teachers are doing it because they have to. So I think that the Minister should maybe make some more rounds, touch base, get more in tune, in touch with the teachers to understand what is really going on, because the sentiments out there is that there are meetings being called with the teachers and school representatives, and in these meetings, the question is, how do you think we should go about it instead of the Minister coming with concrete plans? And for me, Madam Chair, again, none of us know everything, but each and every one of us knows something. So therefore, I would like to urge the Minister to, whether it's one-on-one meetings or however, in different settings, to try to entertain that in order to get information so that the people could have some more, be more encouraged to go to work, because right now we have a lot of teachers that are discouraged. This is not a completely new trend, but the trend is growing greater because of lack of materials, basic essential items. So therefore, Madam Chair, those are my 2 points, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Doran, for your questions. The next member of parliament that was scheduled to be up is MP York. And then MP Ottley. The next member of parliament up will then be MP Lewis.
Good afternoon. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I just would like to thank you for the answers to the questions. And we proceed further. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. Also, for the record, actually, earlier on when the meeting started, I omitted saying that MP Westcott Williams was absent with notice, so I'd just like to make a note of that for the record. The following member of parliament to speak would have been MP Roseberg, who is not present. The next MP up is MP Irion. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, all. Minister, thank you for the answers thus far, but the answers obviously came with a couple more questions. Minister, you mentioned the outstanding payments that are still being compiled that you will eventually bring to Parliament. When is it the expectation that this will be completed? So can we get a timeline at least? In addition to that, we are in 2026. So the outstanding that you are compiling, is it budgeted for in 2025? And if not, how and when will it be paid? Because if it's not budgeted in 2025 and the backlog is an issue, the outstanding is an issue, how would it be, how are we going to pay the vendors? Minister, you also mentioned, through you, Madam Chair, the Minister mentioned that the Minister wants to avoid lopsided support within the public schools. But if support leans towards the subsidized schools, MPs, anybody, the private sector, anybody could just say, you know what, I don't feel like dealing with all this extra measures. I'll just deal with the schools that I could deal directly with, which is happening at the moment. Don't we then feel that it'll be more lopsided going towards support, going towards the subsidized schools, and not the public schools, which are schools that historically need more help and support? And the Minister, through you, Madam Chair, mentioned that the ministry continues to advocate for more funding. Who is the ministry advocating to? And what are the responses the ministry is getting? So the ministry says we need more funding, and they're advocating. What are they advocating? What are they saying? And why are they not getting responses? And what amounts are they looking for when they're advocating for this extra funding? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irion. The next member of parliament up is MP Peterson. You have the floor. Geen behoefte. Noted, MP. The following member of parliament up is MP Lacroes. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Geen behoefte.
Thank you, MP. The following member of parliament up is MP La Vega. You have the floor. Geen behoefte. The next member of parliament up would have been MP Kotai, who has given notice of his absence. The next member of parliament up is MP Veronica Janssen Webster. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. Good afternoon to the Minister. I would like to thank the Minister for the answers given to the questions that I posed in the first round. And I had just one short question additionally, which is a preview of the draft budget 2026. If the Minister foresees that there will be supply shortages again with the current budget, draft budget that has been submitted, the 2026, and also with the draft 2027 that government is working on, or has this been somehow remedied now for these two coming budgets? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Janssen Webster. The following member of parliament up is MP Myers. You have the floor. Geen behoefte. I would have been the next MP up, which is not possible as I'm chairing. So I now look to the minister to see if you need a few minutes to compile answers or if you're ready to go straight into answering the few questions that we received in the second round.
Madam Chair Lady, if I could just request 15 minutes?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Meeting adjourned for 15 minutes, which means, yeah, meeting adjourned.
In our previous video called What is Parliament? It was explained what the role is of the Parliament of St. Martin. This video will zoom in on the organization of the Parliament. How many members does the Parliament have? The Parliament of St. Martin currently has 15 members. This is regulated in our Constitution. However, in case the population increases, the number of members can also increase to 17 at first. In our previous videos, the role of the Parliament of St. Martin and the organization of Parliament were highlighted. In this video, we will focus on the admission of elected persons as members of Parliament. How long is the term of Parliament? Based on our Constitution, the term of Parliament is 4 years. This means that every 4 years, elections are held to determine who will become a member of parliament. Elections are free and are held by secret ballot. Members of parliament are elected on the basis of proportional representation. What is proportional representation? Proportional representation is an electoral system in which virtually all votes cast count towards the distribution of seats. The total number of votes cast is divided by the number of seats. The result is called the quota. The number of seats that a party obtains is calculated by dividing the number of votes obtained by that party by the quota.
Welcome back to the continuation of this meeting where the minister was posed all questions in the second round. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I'll go right into answering the question from MP Doran regarding introducing a policy to match the procedure for donations and visitations. As was mentioned in the first instance of this meeting and today, what has always existed is indeed a procedure. And while there is no current standalone policy, published policy document, the procedure is consistently applied within the established legal framework. And as I mentioned earlier, the ministry is working toward further formalization of these procedures into a more structured policy to enhance clarity and consistency. Questions from MP Irion. When will Parliament get the information of the outstanding payments to the vendors? We expect to deliver this to Parliament in writing by mid-May. Question 2, are payments already budgeted and which budget will it come from? Outstanding payments, Madam Chair Lady, are not currently budgeted. However, DPE is going to attempt to use available budget from general goods and services to initiate some structured payments to our vendors for goods and services received. Question 3. Won't the current procedure for public schools force persons to provide more support to subsidized schools, making the situation even more lopsided? Madam Chair Lady, respectfully, I don't see how this procedure to allow the competent authority or their designated alternate to have oversight over donations and visitations being done to their schools exists even within the subsidized schools. Whether the school board or someone mandated by the school board to be the competent authority must be consulted on donations and visitations as well. And I've confirmed this with the subsidized schools. Every time I visited a subsidized school as a member of parliament or wanted to do something with them, management was well aware in advance, as well as the school board. So the procedure is not so different, nor is it tedious. If that respect can be given to the competent authorities of the subsidized schools, then it should be able to be given to the competent authority of public education by the general public and its representatives. And that would be the Ministry of ECYS, Division Public Education, and the minister ultimately. Question 4, who is the ministry advocating for more funding to? Well, as is common practice, Madam Chair Lady, I advocate within the Council of Ministers to my colleague ministers, in particular the Minister of Finance, explaining the constraints that this ministry faces. As explained previously, budget and cash flow are two different things. When we were requested to make cuts for the 2026 budget, I informed all my colleague ministers that this is going to pose a challenge, and at the same time started with Division Public Education, trying to find ways and means to address the challenges that we foresee coming for this year and the year after. And MP Janssen-Webster, preview of draft budget 2026, as the minister foresees shortages for supplies also in the 2027 budget. Have they been regulated? As stated earlier, with respect to the current fiscal year, the 2026 national budget process included expenditure reductions, which also affected the operational allocations available to the Division of Public Education. As a result, rather than receiving increases to offset inflationary pressures, the available operating budget was reduced. We continue to monitor operational needs and cost developments, and budget requirements are reviewed during the annual budget preparation process to ensure that public schools can continue to function effectively within the available financial framework. And that, I believe, was the last of my questions for round 2, Madam Chair Lady, and I await any clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for those answers to the questions in the second round. We still have a point of clarification if there are any members of Parliament that have any clarification. I see that we do have one from MP Irion. MP Irion, you have the floor.
Thank you. Madam Chair, just for clarity, when I asked the question regarding the lopsided nature of the subsidized schools versus the public schools, I want to bring more clarity. The minister, in her answer, said that to give the same respect to the public schools. When the public schools request an MP or an individual to come to their school, the minister still requires the individual or the school to update. The subsidized schools do not. So it's not equal. So it's not the same respect. So that's my question again. Don't we then see the lopsidedness in it? Because when the public school requests an MP to come, there is still a request made on them to go and contact DPE or the cabinet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irion. Before I give the floor over to the minister, are there any other members of Parliament with clarifications? I see none. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. That's basically the process at the subsidized schools as well. So a request goes to the school, who has a school manager. The school manager has to inform whomever the competent authority is, whether it's the board. I know at, I believe, SFOBA, it goes through a department that has been mandated by the board to receive these requests, whether visitation or donation, and then that entity handles that further. At the Protestant Education School Board, for example, it goes through the board, visitations and donations. So again, as someone who visited, also as a member of parliament, I was invited by a teacher. The teacher then had to inform the manager had to inform the board, and then the necessary arrangements were made for me to be able to visit the subsidized schools. So on the question of respect, that's a process that had to be followed, a procedure that had to be followed, and the same procedure exists within Division Public Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for answering that clarification point. We have come to the end of deliberations on this agenda point. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, Ms. Melissa Gums, and her support staff for their presence here today and for providing the necessary information. I would also like to thank the members of Parliament for their participation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this meeting. I thank you all, and I hereby close this.